Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well today. Let's see. It's Tuesday, I guess. I don't have much to say. I'm currently waiting on texture pack to reload in game. Because for the life of me, it still likes to crash like 5 times starting it up. There it goes. So I always check. So, again, just want to get into it. I want to process down the honeycomb, try to get the magical wax bee, the first magical wax bee that just is magical wax instead of having to deal with mundane combs. I collect everything last time. I always do this. I need to do this at the end of the stream, not the beginning. Oh yeah, slime beetles. It looks like it looks like everything's still working. If items are moving through the logistics pipes, everything should be good. Fine. I mean, I mostly only use the technician coins and maybe metallurgy and sometimes farming. Well, I hope to get more stuff figured out today and still work on building out a more robust automatic system. Because let's see, yesterday, besides making some magic stuff, I added the water tank, which I found the flaw in that and I need to fix it. But that requires me making a different type of module than I was expecting to make. Which requires me to have storage set up, so actually it is probably about the right speed, I should say. Oh, yeah, I should check these. There we go. A few stacks of mundane comb. Run these and try to get as much magical wax as I can. Yeah, because I believe all the copper got done. Yep. I go downstairs, hopefully all the iron pyrite got done. Input chest is empty. Macerator is empty. Ore washing plant, macerator, centrifuge, electric furnace. Everything is quiet. All the drawers that are supposed to be empty are empty. Yep. So everything should be in this chest. That is the case. And I should be able to take this. Let's see, turned correctly. Yep. I can process all this pyrite down. And that will give me a little more iron. Yep, no, everything looks good. Now just got to keep building out that system for other types of ores. And then I remembered after the fact that the idea was the other type across from it, the next line is supposed to be sifting. Sulfur up here, so they're next to each other. So I always know that my current raw rubber pulp supply is next to my sulfur supply. That was a weird collision bug. Alright, so. Where did I leave off? I was working on bees and everything. Like even more of a mess. This might be... Yeah, it looks like most of this. Oh, these are all wrong genes. Scan all these. Such a faster scanner. And I don't have to worry about making it into, honey. Yeah, all these are just random hybrid stuff. This is what happens when you chunk load bees. You get a field of flowers. Okay, and then this one I was working on. This is my crossbreeding. Tolerant flyer. So tolerant flyers, they fly during the... fly during the rain. Red. I find it funny that this transformed into a pure strain forest almost. Guess I'll just do that. Is the right genome? Yes. This is probably the wrong one. Yeah, I'm just gonna trash that. So this one is pretty much done. This is exactly what I wanted out of that. So there's my pristine forest. Need to set up a chest for like finished strains. Should be the princess and a stack of the same drone. So basically I can set up production again if I ever need it. Or find a use. Yep, these are all the same drone. I guess keep a wall of bees over here for now. Debating what I should do with the honeycomb. Okay, so now I've got the one I'm working on. And then I have an opening in these ones. Guess, let's see. Guess grab another Rocky Princess and change it into something else. Because if nothing else, I should just keep adding to production. Do winters have any specific... Yeah, but after the whole common cultivated line. This again, this is why I need to work. I'm trying to get the common cultivated line, so I then have that intermediate step that then allows all the other bee breeding. There's a reason why people hate bees. So I saw that those are vampire pigment, and they are annoying as hell. Yeah, definitely have enough gold now. Hey Gio, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Right, that there. Let's see. I guess this should be some more sorceress. Yeah, I might as well make this more sorceress. Oh, thank you for the follow. I just saw that. Sorry, I don't put in much fanfare. All right. Let's see. So working on bees. Did I have more bee coin? Or I should look. Yeah, common princess. And then that will unlock that. Thank you. I'm just doing what I'm doing. So let's see. I have sorceress. And then it just crashed. Well, luckily I'm only averaging about one crash a stream. Damn it. That was a hard crash. I guess I'll... So please don't ask for socials in Twitch chat. If you want to have any business with me, there is you it's not hard to find a business email, and if you're just being a fan, there is a Discord server. But otherwise, I am a USA EN VTuber, a digital entity if you were would. I definitely think of myself as more of a on the level of a machine spirit rather than artificial intelligence. Oh, come on. Actually start the game again. I guess, muse on my idea plans today. So more magic wax. That will help me build out the steam movement system. There it goes. Now it's loading. Besides that, yeah, continue crossbreeding the bees to try to get the better magic bees, among other strains. I would like to get the slime farm going to get some XP and brought in, some automatic XP production, and with that, hopefully some other minor automations. I'm guessing this was a texture crash. I need to look about how to fade like sound on OBS either between scenes or in a scene. Because then I might actually have a toggle for like minor background music. Might be an idea. I don't know. I just need to spend time with OBS again and do some research. Been a while. I know OBS is its own thing and Stream Elements is its own thing. Even though they have both do add-ons of various types. OBS is definitely more the Linux of the streaming programs. You can do more with it, but you have to know how to use it. I find this one funny because it makes me think of the hydro dam, even though the hydro dam is not okay to use. I guess there is a way to use like, is it falling water for kinetics? There is a way to do that. That's different. But part of me still wants to look into messing with pressurized water. Not for the hydro dam itself, but for just, I don't know. I need to do some math. I need to see about its because that's the biggest issue is it's really hard to pin down how fast the hydro pressure machines run because it almost feels like it takes longer to pressurize the water than it is to run it as a fuel. But then you get like 1.2k buckets per operation and use 1.2k buckets per operation. It also takes up a decent amount of space. Oh, good. It reloaded not pretty fast. I'm just going to go, and if the textures are bad, we'll fix them on the first break here. Nope, actually they're not broken. Hmm. Still don't know why I get that crash. Before I crashed, I was trying to see about other strains of bees. Deep nether usual. Because these are the normal basically these are the normal forestry hives. Then you have the forestry and bees hives. Then you have magic hives, which but I forget which ones are which. Let's say no. I know I've mostly broke curious hives, so I don't think it's curious. Unresonating. Can I find the documentation real quick? Magic bees. Okay, it is unusual is the one I don't have. Also deep. Okay, I guess that's how you get attuned bees. Deep hive. No, I guess that one's not in here as a hive. Okay, they are like a normal strain, but again, I think it's just it was one that was at one point was implemented or was about to be implemented, and then it just kind of all his bees kind of stopped being a thing there for a while. A lot of the really old mods stopped being taken care of after 1.7.10. I know why people keep coming back to it, because in some cases there's nothing like it. It's kind of a lost history of Minecraft. And actually, I'm kind of glad I've come back to it. Alright, let's get psyched back up to do work on stuff. I want to see how much of this I can get filled out with capsules. What if I put this down to 16 and do full? But then it would just bring over 16 at a time. And then that might split round robin better. Maybe even less. Try 4. So if this chest doesn't have any in it, it will try to bring over 4. Then the conduit will move it. Then it will try to bring over 4. And hopefully that will help round robin better. Because the thing is, this system uses less logistics pipes, but more conduit. The alternative system is more logistics pipes, but I need to be able to produce more logistics pipes first. Okay, I still want a void upgrade on this if I'm not storing it. Okay, all that's processed. Okay. But today I wanted to, if I'm going to focus on logistics pipes, I want to focus on actually producing items rather than refining. Yeah, I think I'm going to sell this forest queen or this forest drone. Yeah, and then this is working on. I don't want Rocky. Yeah, it's just normal comb that is dry. Has even less of a chance of breaking down than normal combs. Okay. So pristine forest princess, pristine drones, drones to sell. I've maxed out on sale on that sale currently, or trade currently. What else did you have? Apiaries, 4 drones plus a little propulse into meadow drones. I do need that now that I think about it. Propolis is upstairs because that's the reason why I haven't been running. Why I'm not currently working on a Meadows Pure strain is because I don't have Meadows drones to start with. So actually, if I take what little propolis I have, might be able to get a Meadows Pure strain going. Oh, but he did refresh. So I should be able to sell these. Oh, that's a queen. I'll have to deal with that at some point. Could buy some proven frames. I think that's good enough for now. Hopefully those are matching. Okay, where are you guys? So currently I have a sorceress. Queen. No. No good secondary traits. I want normal. Guess those two? Yeah, I don't really need to keep hybrids currently. Because I can always just spin up more pures and just take the drones from them. What's the best way to sort this? I guess this just do it this way. Black. Do black for final sorting. There you go. That should sort drones out so this doesn't get filled up with drones. Until the drawers do, but the hope would be to have maybe void upgrades by then. I haven't poked at the props in a while. I think I have enough vines. Do not get why I get this issue. Yeah, they like carrot hot. Which is funny because that was the problem I had before. That I didn't have ones that liked arid hot. So I couldn't run bees over here. Yeah, I'm low on... I'm not even eating apples anymore right now. All right, those are working on that. Yeah, I think this is... No, I had 7. I do need to see if this is... if those match, because I didn't check. Because once you check this, then these don't... or then the unmatched drones won't stack. Alright, I need to step away for just a sec, and then I'll be back. Okay, let's see here. Back at it. You need to look at, what was that, duct tape? Because if I can produce the advanced tape, carbon mesh, advanced glue, super glue, fine glue, rubber sheets, raw carbon mesh, MV. Yeah, that doesn't look that hard. I mean, it's annoying, but it doesn't look that hard. So much to work on because I'll need that tape for multi-blocks. $600. Yeah, without the peat. Pete does such a nice job. I just dumped this directly. It's not much, but it's a bunch of wood that can get burnt down really fast. They still got the whole chest. I want to make sure this is replenishing fast enough. It's good to test that every once in a while. Okay. Iron. So crafting. First thing would be having a rubber setup. Trying to think. Yeah, I'm gonna have so few crafting. Hmm. Trying to think how I'm routing all this stuff. Because yeah, I don't. This pack also doesn't have. Well, I didn't use it last time, but the crafting manager is such a big pipe in some of these builds in other packs. Because basically, it's an Uber crafting pipe. You can put in so many crafting modules. Hmm. Basically to the point that I've almost got infinite distance inside the base itself with unrouted pipes. Oh, okay, never mind. It's time for it's time for the actual break. So we'll take the actual break and then be back. I'll think about it while we're gone. Okay, I think I'm just overthinking it. I can get, even doing a setup like this, I can get three pipes per block easily. So then it really just is 3 times uh number of module slots, which right now is like 1 or 2, sadly. So I'm looking at anywhere between like 3 to 6. Because I don't think I can make gold, can I? Because I'd like to make the chassis Mark 5s that have 8 slots. But oh, if I get MV circuits working correctly, I can do up to go. No, I can do up to diamond. I just have to have canth also, which then brings in this, which is another issue altogether. And I can't get to these till I get HV. Because even the emerald chipsets are HV forming press. What's the upgrade? Diamonds, MV. Diamond plate plus redstone. Guess what's the math if I don't want to use circuits? It's the previous pipe with the circuit switched out for a chipset. Okay. Oh, but also you can craft more with less. Yeah, it is better just to use the circuits. But really, I should be working towards this one. Steel chests. I mean, for storage, I need at least 2s. But for crafting, I should be trying to strive for 4s. I think my focus is still 2s. I should be trying to make copper chests, aluminum plate, LV circuits. Routed, unrouted is strengthened glass, long steel, fine gold wire. Tin dust, saltpeter, molten glass. Yeah, I should be working towards this. Also, all right. No, I was working towards the reinforced glass. That's what it was. Reinforced glass, long aluminum. Getting distracted. See, now I got to work out all the actual crafting. Okay. Let's see what am I currently looking at. I think I need some more Mark 1s. The basics plus red alloy plus chest. Yeah, I guess that's just the play for right now is work on the other side projects while getting automation started. Do I have don't I have a bunch of diamond? Yeah, I feel like I should make more compartments. Maybe at least metal chests. Okay. I think while I'm working on more chassis, I need to work on the module I need for storage, which is the polymorphic item sink, which starts with the item sink. Blank module, steel plate. Oh, I need that too. Okay, so green Lumar. I think I've mixed any of that up yet. I also need more providers. Which I might as well go ahead and mix up some blue Lumar too. Oh, I already had some, but I'm probably going to need more. So green Lumar, steel plate. Yeah, I just need some steel plate. I was already doing red alloy. And I need 10. 18. Okay, that was all of it. I'm No, I didn't finish making up more steel. Started on making more steel, didn't finish it. There we go. That's now item sync modules. I'll upgrade those to polys, which are orange Lumars. Or at least half of them. That way I have a mix. Because I'm not always going to want polymorphic item sync. Bronze. And I'm going to need more red alloy. Might as well make up a bunch. Yeah, the alloy smelter's going to get a bunch of work again. Item sync and poly item sync. Even get a few extra item syncs. Oh, I do have an HV bag, but I need to make an HV motor. I mean, I can make one. What's the craziest thing I could get out of here? Biogas jetpack. Seems funny. Pump, large battery hull. Energy crystal. Dust. Nothing too remarkable. Stainless steel fluid pipe. That's all space stuff. Advanced wafer paper. I guess it's just various base things. Hmm. Yeah, I kind of like what's in the MV bag more. MV circuit injected. Yeah, if I get a production of MV circuits going, or MV motors going, I might actually just open those. Alright, I need more. Item sync MEI. There are more kinds of item syncs. Sorting incoming. And this is extraction. Extraction module to extract items into the system. It is slow, but everything that has a valid destination will be sent into the network. Quick sort. It extracts a whole stack of items that has a valid destination. This module will ignore items that have no valid destination other than the default route, though. AKA, I don't think it does terminus. Requesting, crafting, remote requesting, even better chassis, fluid, large steel fluid cell, LV pump. Provider. Where's the MV assembler? Like liquid logistics pipes aren't awful. Sorry if I'm a bit more reserved today. I am actually been feeling a little under the weather as of this morning, and I'm just wanting to get stuff worked on. Because I get antsy. Because I could just try to take a day of rest, but I get antsy and then I want to play. I only want to play if I'm streaming, so then it all just is a vicious cycle back to just, why don't I just stream? Okay, iron and gold wire. I need more modules. Make up more modules. Now I need to make up some more providers. Gold bolt, lapis plate, iron electric motors. How much blue lumar do I have? 3 crafts worth. There we go. I need to stop using the manual uncovered wire recipe. This thing. I should actually be coding stuff. So copper. What do I need? 10 copper cable, 6 covered tin, and 8 iron rod. I think I made way too much iron rod, but oh well. How do I deal with that? I don't know why those are spawning over there now. Ooh. Okay, good. That could have been bad. Maybe this is too far this way. It's just where it's spawning. Yeah, I was worried if I didn't sneak up on that thing, it was going to take out part of my base. Ooh. Alright, put this covered cable in here, and I think this is everything to make the motors I wanted. Yep. There's the 3 motors. Lapis plate. And I just need gold volt. Times 3. I know I at least need 2 MV extruders to start with. Because I really feel like I need the bolt recipe and probably the rod recipe. Switch this back to 18. And that should be actually the start of being able to put down some decent storage. Now I'm short on modules. Because if I go down to storage now, I should be able to switch out the default route pipe. Because I can condense this down into just one pipe. Item sync. Setting this to default route. So there, now this is all just one thing, in and out. Ah, that's an interesting idea. What if I do this? Oh no, that won't work because it can't pull out of the input. I mean, at least all of them have some sort of... Let's check something. If I did that, did all three end up in the same one, or did that split? One ended up there. One must have ended up in one of, or the two must have ended up in one of the others. Yeah, I really just need to be this to be like one at a time. There we go. That at least spread it around a little more. I just can't control that is the issue. Wish there was a way to control like least full. Okay. What do I do with my void upgrades? One is here. What do I do with the other one? Oh, I put it on this, but I've been burning them. Okay, I'm just gonna make up a bunch of modules. So I need the big one is I need vacuum. I need to set up vacuum tube production. Molten red alloy, steel, annealed copper wire, glass tube. That only makes one, but this makes 16. That's going to be another assembler. That might even be a satellite. Actually, that's interesting. What is... Satellite pipe is robot arm, quartz, ender pearl. I was wondering, because there isn't a satellite module, you have to use this physical pipe. And then the fluid version is just fluid. Okay. I do need robot arms. Interesting. What else uses molten redstone alloy? Nanosuit. Nothing. It's literally just to make UV circuit or ULV circuit tier circuits, which is what the vacuum tube technically is. And the only alternative is a NAND chip, which requires the HV cutting machine. Yeah, you have to have HV circuits. Yeah, it's probably just better to produce them as is by hand. Because as soon as I get to NAND chips, those will be the replacement. Resistors. 10 volts. Yep, I can definitely set up some decent storage with this. Diamond compartments. 5 buckets of creosote oil. Gear case, diamond. 4 diamond plate. Or 2 plus gold, which is double gold. Iron, which is double iron, right? I think it's probably easier just to do the 4 diamond plate. Look at bees real quick. Oh yeah, these are over there. I gotta deal with that. I'm just getting rid of this. I don't think it's gonna have traits that I want right now. Alright, this looks like it's working. We'll get a stack of metal, 2 stacks of meadow drones, and then I switch that out again. This is the one that's just sorceress. This is the one I'm crossbreeding. Okay, while I'm waiting on to see if that's going to run, Bealizer. Forest, forest, normal, normal, up one, which is nice. Don't like that these keep coming out hot arid. These are hot arid, but they have. See, this is where I'm having the issue. These have down two, which is what allows them to an up one. So arid is the lowest humidity. That's up one to normal, and then hot down two to cold. Well, to normal, but they should be able to go down to cold. I think I'm just going to mix this with a pure one again. The low mutation chance, and this is for the easier ones. Cook, explorer, chemist, dark wizard, blacksmith. Can these be used for? Twilight lich. Like, what does it take to get a lich spawn? Seven survivor tens, 4 dark wizards. Get you. Okay, so I could get that. So you need. So they unlock with the. So if I look at this. Yeah, so oh, I can just summon a Hydra. That's funny. Night Phantom, Underbrick, Hydra Trophy. Leaf Plate. Hmm. Don't like that those barrels look like what do you call it? Normal barrels. Hmm. That's a new crop. It's papyrus, which I think is the paper crop. Damn it. Gonna go drop this off in the magic stuff. Oh, that one's too cold. That one's running. Yeah, and that's why if I could find bees with both two, I on both heat. Nope, I didn't need to go into the Twilight Forest. Heat and humidity. Then I can breed, or I can insert that with genetics. I wonder. While holding hollows, press none to change active tank. Okay, that's how you use that. That emptied that bag out. That's nice. Hydrogen. This needs steam. Got to keep up on my plastic. Seed oil, hydrochloric acid, green, coolant, sulfuric light fuel. Oh, yeah. I was making up steel at one point. I feel like I should make up some more redstone alloy. I don't... Actually, how much do I have saved? Oh yeah, only 4. Let's see. Burn some of the hydrogen. Gotta be careful I don't get a power fault. I still got oil. Oh, on break, and then we'll be back. How close is it getting to a power fault now? Not at all. It's actually gained a little bit since I last looked at it. Okay, I think I'm good just to let it go for a bit. Because until that runs out of hydrogen, it should be making more power than it's consuming. Yeah, it's charging back up. So it every once in a while dips and then comes back and dips and comes back. Using this recapturing. Because this isn't 100% efficient. That's the whole point. Like, these are only, what, 94% efficient? just keep dumping extra jungle wood in there. That will help bring up the burn. While I'm on, at least. Okay, I want a diamond compartment. Another one. These need to be blocks. Annoying part of the damned rods. You can cut down the bigger ones by hand. File. But you lose out. I think it's all the same loss. Yeah, you actually lose out on the extra. Yeah, it's the same difference whether you run them through the lathe as normal or exquisite. Because to make the powder back, I need the explosion compressor, implosion compressor. And even then it's 4 to 3. Chain case, reinforced stone. Steel frame. Yeah, already have some of that. Maintenance hatch, energy hatch. Oh yeah, because these also take energy. Input, output, compressor, muffler. Yeah, so I could redo diamonds. I've just been putting it off. Yeah, now since I'm doing stuff, it's actually drawing too much power. Oh well, that's the trade-off. From here, I need to figure out control systems. Because it'd be nice if this knew not to run if it didn't have enough power. Wonder if you stop a machine like this with redstone, does it fault out? I'll have to test that. Because if you can pause it mid-run, that'd be pretty good. Guess I should wait on this for a little bit. There we go. I can make some more. Finish making these that I was doing. I have a bunch more modules to use. God damn it. That one's a nasty one. That gas leak could have been a real issue. Horse Princess. I lost the common trait that I did have. Alright, I think these are basically decent. I'm just going to save them as is. I don't need a ton of Meadows drones right now. Would they help? Maybe. Yeah. More than enough modules. Now I just got to build out all the systems. Now it's going back up until it runs out of hydrogen. Okay, where am I? 5 stacks, 15 stacks, 3-ish, 12. So I'm doing decent on those. I think I need to make another... I mostly only use this chemical reactor for rubber. Hmm. Yeah, I can always just build another one. Heal that. Because I think the first assembler I'm going to set up is the... we'll do it across. Or no, this isn't going to be set to 24. This is set to 24. Rubber. And then I'll set this up to use for wires. that's mostly what I use rubber for. Diamond chest. Yeah, it requires an MV assembler. Doesn't have to be on a specific number. No. Run these real quick. They're not super long. Okay. 2 diamond chests. Guess I might as well get the this put back together. Let's see. I took a screenshot of this. I got it working last time. There it is. 9, 12, or 12, 13, 14. And then 9 for the, yeah. When this unlocks, this is 9. And then this starts at 12. Get what that is. But basically with a satellite pipe, this can craft a satellite pipe and some sort of fluid. This can craft compartments for me. Oh, this is dreadful. Yeah, I can still see the rock tendency in that because it only had offspring 1. Yeah, that's still got to run for a while. No, I should poke at the, see if I got any new crops. If I was super serious about crops, I would be growing a lot more. Like, that's what you do to defeat the odds, is grow even more. That was definitely a vine. I didn't even need to check. Stretch back up to 80%. Almost done with the first stack. Yeah, I used all my pulsating iron. What was its mixture again? Redstone alloy dust, ender pearl, iron dust. I'll take like a quarter. Ender pearl, iron. Set to 2. Because I might need even more conduit. I mean, I still have currently overstacked, but I haven't really been, like, trying to make it go longer distances. And I feel like I'm going to keep using a lot of it. Yeah, one of the things is I do want to figure out... I mean, the only thing that I don't know how to regenerate right now is the coal dust. I mean, I do. It's have a mob farm and siphon off the coal dust or get coal, some sort of coal bees or plants. I don't know if there's an IC2 crop that does coal. Oh, there is a pulsating iron comb. And there's also a red alloy bee, which is this... No, there it is, redstone alloy. Oh, that actually is a refractory wax comb. I believe this has the same chances, it's just it doesn't show you in any eye because it's not set up that way. Keep making steam wax. Yeah, if I get enough logistics pipes, I could actually rebuild this with just logistics pipes, and that would be a lot easier to control because then I just set each one to like 10, and then they never have more than 10 steam cans overflowing in them. Maybe even 5. And then you just use quest, yeah, active request extractor. What do I need to make extractor modules? Oh, it's not much. It's just a bit of steel bolt. It's just other provider. Yeah, I should probably make some of that. Because I will need them just as much. Yeah, and this has to be set to 8 for Lumar. Two steel's worth of bolts. There we go. 16 bolts, lapis modules, Lumar. What else did I need for this, or was this it? No, that was it. There we go. There's extractor modules. Now I think I've got all the modules I needed. And actually I should add extractors to this. Damn it. Wanted to add back the... Yep, those. Because having a note for that helps. Extractor module. Oh, computers loot bag. It's just a bunch of stuff for open computers. Yeah. I mean, if I was going to do a bunch of open computers, this would be nice. I do need to look into the microcontrollers for open computers because I think they will work for some of the stuff I want to do. But they do take a bit of work to set up. And they do have... The big thing is they have limitations, and I'm wondering if what I want to do is within their limitations, is my worry. Yeah, I think I'm starting to actually get appreciable continuing progress. Like I've set, like when you set yourself up for something and it just keeps working, or so you've set yourself up correctly for what comes down the road. And I think I'm kind of on that roll now. Because that's like, that is the hardest part. First I needed the... Well, I like to start with a power system you don't have to futz with. And I think the wood actually surprised me how well this is actually working. And with the always on power, now I can work on logistics pipe stuff. And once it hits critical mass, so where it can build out its own stuff, or it can auto-craft its own stuff, from there I'm really set. Because then I just use the logistics pipes to help me tech up to the next, until I get to applied energistics. And once you're at applied energistics, you have the best crafting in the game. Because at that point, there's no reason not to switch over to applied energistics as soon as possible. Like, I might have... The idea might be that I have a factory set up on... Yeah, actually I should do that. I should plan to have factories that are just mothballed. I think that's something I'm bad at. I'm not good at mothballing factories because I like to repurpose their resources. And what happens is if I screw up, then I don't have that mothballed factory to go back to that can just produce stuff from, say, from Go. It has to be then I either have to untool the new factory or refit retrofit the old factory, or yeah, I'm just having trouble finding the right terms. Either I fit a chunk of the old factory into the new factory and hodgepodge it to make it work, or I go back to the old factory and retrofit it to get it back up and running if I make a mistake. And that's what I hate doing. I mean, interactions wasn't bad. I at least did stepping stones, so I didn't fully abandon a part till I knew the next part was producing, at least at a basic level. But I really should just leave whole mothballed factories, especially in these packs that give you so many resources or give you the ability to build out resources. I did see that one of the Singularity guys is now doing a Garden of Grind run. A nothing Garden of Grind. Like Goose did and made. I think if anyone made starting from nothing popular, it was probably him. Like maybe not came up with it, but Goose is the one I watched doing Garden of Grind. And I will probably have to go back on that series and use what knowledge I gain here and ideas from there to figure that out. Yeah, those got finished. Guess while I'm waiting, I should work on a MV centrifuge. Because I feel like a lot of stuff is going to keep needing saltpeter. I need to tech towards this. Yeah, the MV circuits are going to take me a little while, but the rest of this is rather easy. Yeah, I'll. Besides this chem reactor, I don't plan on taking too many other parts from up here. I think that's one reason why I didn't want to just keep building out factory stuff up here. This is more for me to do manual processing until I get automation all in place. Oh, that's not good. Okay, you got 100% power. I need to pull you. Because I just realized that tank's empty. And this is not hot enough to do full load. Okay. That could have been a bad power fault. I have enough redstone alloy for now. I can always just start it up again later. Yeah, it's stuff like that I want safety nets from. Hey Cody, thanks for the resubscribe. What's up? Hope you're having a good day. Must have Capulus. Drops only when mob. This weakness potion effect applied 3 or higher. Mob soul requires Reaper. 0.5% chance. Drops only in the nether dimension. Drops only when killed by a non-player entity. Treasure looting. Yep. All the aluminum. I mean, so the big thing is, as long as you've done all the, like, LV machines, all you really need is just a handful of MV machines to then work through MV. Because the big ones are, like, the extruder. Like, your focus for the first MV machine should really be the advanced extruder. Okay, I do want to figure out the slime farm, but I don't really need something as nice as the what do you call them? Diamond spikes for them. Really just need to damage them to death. And they also just die on their own. The diamond spikes are good for if I'm going to enchant them. So if I'm going to use enchanted. Oh wait, no, that's why. I need the diamond spikes for XP drops. Totally forgot about that. I think I might need 2 more diamond spikes also. Because I think I need at least a 4x4 for all slimes to drop down. So it would be good if I made another. Could make one now and then just, or do another craft now and then do the rest of the diamonds I need for a compartment later. Yeah, I can do that. Because that gets me 4 diamond spikes. Are you putting your battery buffers in series? Like one after the other? Or are you trying to do something like parallel? Oh, I need a diamond sword too. And a saw. Forgot about the diamond sword. Requires 2 more plate. Oh, I don't have enough diamond plate for that. Not without cutting another diamond block, which I'll have to do anyway. Okay, just remember you lose energy in for every battery buffer your power passes through. But you still got to remember that loss. That's why I was doing the system I was doing, which is I run a 16x cable with no battery buffer, and then I peel off 16x line or up to 16x lines from there with battery buffers. So I only get 1 battery buffer loss between the energy source and the machine. I was making springs a long time ago. One sec. call from a local contractor want it, or maybe a spammer pretending to be a local contractor. I'm not sure. Let me see what you said, Cody. Oh yeah, okay. So you're gonna be more proactive about your energy use a little bit. You're just gonna eat all the loss, where I'm trying to prevent as much loss as possible, which is understandable. There's like my mindset is to use the least amount of resources to do something, but then I don't have a robust system. The other option is you just keep building bigger and bigger systems. You make a system that's just too big to care about the loss. Because really what it comes down to is when you're um, growing out a what was it? In GregTech, the biggest thing is you the progression of the energy levels technically just lets you build a bigger and bigger power system. Like you can go way longer on one loss MV than you can go on one loss LV. The issue is for so they're called superconductors after LV, and that took me a while to find too. The issue is getting helium, which is easier in space, aka after HV. I mean, that's what it really comes down to is I'm trying to make every point of every EV volt do the most work for me. But that means I'm highly restrictive on how much I'm actually producing. Where you can flip the script and you cannot care about how efficient you are with every EV volt and just build bigger and bigger power systems till they meet your demand. But you have to remember peak demand. No, not the base. So if it says like superconductor base, that's before you make it lossless. And actually, it's time for break. And I think I need a stretch, so I should take it. Yeah, Molten Spacetime, which is super late, decently late game. And Magnet a lot less if I just deleted this stuff. Yeah, I've already eaten calamari. Alright, I think... Now that I've turned off the EBF for right now, I look into... Wow, I just completely spaced. So one thing I've been thinking is when I go to ramp up, if I can make HV power converters, it might be worth sending... Yeah, technically any cable that's one VMA, I guess we'll call it, loss is decent. What's also really nice is when they can carry multiple amps per single strand. HV. I was also looking at HV cable, and energetic alloy would be amazing. Silver's not bad. Yeah, Electrum carries 2 amps, but if you can do energetic, it carries 4 per. Let's see, energetic is, it's a little bit of work. What was it? It was, because unless you've got an HV mixer, conductive iron, gold, black steel. Conductive iron is just redstone. Oh, silver, redstone, iron. It's really the black steel, which is black bronze, nickel, steel. Black bronze is just copper and electrum. Yeah, HV is when you get into the like recursive alloys and chemicals. I mean, how much of this do you make? So 3 per each one. Like if you here, let me bring this up. So like oh, this is redstone alloy. It does take a lot of recursive crafting is the issue. So like this is like 1 redstone, 1 1. And then this turn with this and this turns into, this makes 3. Like if you're doing equal ratios, like this is 9 3 3 so far. And then you'd have gold dust. Would also have to be 9 to match the conductive iron. Black bronze. Because the more of this you craft up, the more. So like this is copper and gold. And it starts at Uh, 3 plus 2 makes 5. Deal. It's 3 per. Makes 5. Actually, you need 10 of this for the 9 of the other. Six. So you're looking at like to make 10 black steel, you're looking at like 2 nickel, 6 steel, 13 gold, 6 copper, 3 silver, 3 iron, a coal, a piece of silicon, and a piece of redstone. Because how much these translate up? And you're still left with a bunch of black bronze. It's really just the like 5 mixers you have to set up and whether or not you're using um, item router or item regulators. Why did I put that in there? Because once you can start building HV machines, you might as well just be running HV wire everywhere. Is my gut feeling. Okay, get. Trying to think I shouldn't use these sorcerers at all. They're such a pain. Because they're the ones that have the arid. And then I keep trying to make more, and then, yeah. Should have been making the curious mystical. Okay, what am I doing with you? Because this is the one I've been trying to make into a common. Sorceress, slowest. I'm just making this into a sorceress. God. Slower, slowest. Yeah, I'm just going to take these out and put in a forest. Your forest. Okay, you've got the right skills to not be upset in this climate. What is that? That's an interesting looking plant. Is it a berry? Be mallow. Damn it, I didn't mean to harvest that. Yep, it's a mallow berry. Because you can plant and propagate the berry bushes through IC2 crops. Yeah, mallowberry seed. Oh, that's a bunch of emerald dust. I think gravel. Oh, here's a bunch more poison. Yes. Oh, I forgot I got those. I need to transfer those over to the magical area too. Because that's just straight up what do you call it? Essentia. Yeah. Yeah, here's a whole bunch. Yeah, I should just break all these down. I knew I had a lot somewhere. I can use that to make thaumium pretty easily. Oh, that's... I think I need to set up a cross member on this, or otherwise... Damn it. It micro weeds. Just making sure my beealizer was cleaned out. Because you can't accidentally leave, like, bees on them. They will store, like, one bee. Okay, that alembic is currently empty. What is it to make the buffer? A valve, a restricted. Restricted is, oh, rubber rings. Okay. Should make rubber rings for over here. Okay. Normal, valve, restricted, thaumium screw, glass vials. Makes 4 buffers. I don't want to poke at this right now. Yeah, maybe for a little bit. No, I'll save it for the next break. I'll come here and poke at it, Sencha. That is a pretty bright node, being far underground. It's like right here-ish. Pretty close to the other ones. Uh, Alright, back to the overworld. Alright, I need to stop making switcher. The next one I try to purify, I'm gonna turn into another mystical. Because them having arid hot and then a temperance is annoying for breeding. And it's just driving me crazy. So another strategy for bee breeding I might adopt is basically you try to breed, or you just keep crossbreeding the same bee over and over, like a dual hybrid like I'm doing now. And then every time it throws a like common mutation off, you take that and you try to incorporate it into another bee as common instead of trying to get mutation. But you have to be careful with that because that can throw the next mutation down the line if you're quote unquote lucky, even though I don't like that. It gets annoying. I should actually I am just going to throw this downstairs then in the... Well, no, I'll just put this chest downstairs. Because this will be long-term storage. I'll even put it here for now. I can have the system deal with it later. So if I need any covered wire, I should be bringing it down here. Good output. Oh, you best. So bad. This is why I hate the front face issue. There, that works. But now I got to worry about if this output works with the logistics pipes. Because this side won't work no matter which way I face it because it's the front face and for some reason they don't want you using it. Of course, one of them got them all again. This one's starved out. Actually, that's what I should do. Every time I find one that's got cells in it, I need to just move it to one that that isn't full. So like those two are full. Go to the next one. Wait for them to show back up. No, I only wanted them partial. Because if this slot is filled up with 64, I don't want it to ask for any more from the system. Like I said, eventually I can do some I can expend more resources to have this balance better. Okay, it does pull out 4 at a time. Okay, it's trying to round robin them. But yeah, if I switch this over to a system that I just have a bunch, I just keep filling a chest, void chest with empty cells. Yeah, pretty much. Uh, is that what I want to do? Because I don't want it to back up. Hmm. What I need is like a top up. If the system's pulling down to like 0 empty cells, then I need to add cells to the system or something like that. I'll have to figure it out. I can probably do the worst case. I can do that with like computer craft or something. It's quartzite, marble, potassium, marble, manganese calcite, biotite, metal mixtures, sodalite, and feldspar. MV electrolyzer, potassium, alumina, silicon dioxide. But actually, yeah, this is what should be being done. It gets you a byproduct of a little oxygen. Yeah, there's a whole school of thought that if you can make a ton of power, you could just start running basically cobblestone for all your glass, aluminum, silicon. think I want to take a quick trip. Let's see. Yeah, I think I want to run up to some of the villages real quick and see what villagers are there. I do need to just set up a villager farm. I've been putting it off, like everything else, because those are what everybody does. I am trying to come up with interesting ideas with without just doing exactly what I should be doing. Because even right before I started the series, someone found something that was lost to time, and now it's banned. But it still was found. No one had looked into it before in this pack. So I'd rather, again, this is my first run. This is me testing stuff for a later, like, Garden of Grind, second Stargate speed run sort of thing. Okay, fly. I have a few lassos on me, right? Of course not. Good thing I checked. I'll grab 3. Don't expect I'll need more than that. And actually, there is an overworld item I still need to find. I go... didn't really go north of the Slime Island. Even though I've been up here before, I don't remember if there was anything interesting. And I can't see it on the map because my old map data is gone. Yeah, there was one of the big redwoods. I think the stump's still by the town, and I'm probably gonna just leave it. I might clean up the floating. That's really weird. I don't get what. Maybe this is the same. I guess that's the same shape as like a cave chamber. I guess I could see the thing that generates cave chambers randomly generating a chamber up here. Oh yeah, this area had a lot of oil spouts. This would be a good area to tunnel to for long distance oil and if I don't want to do underworld oil or some sort of natural oil or renewable oil. I've been looking for this. This is the mounds I was talking about. This is a Thaumcraft dungeon. the potion of flight you can get from getting the chicken statue and a chicken feather when you have an MV extruder. Or not MV extruder, MV assembler. Potion flask of flight from it. There's a recipe for it. I do gotta be careful. Or just want the loot. How long do I have? 2 minutes. Okay, at least brought back my backup sword. Did I... What? I never put my lunchbox back in here. That's annoying. It's not that far, but it is a little bit of a trek. Thousand blocks. Refill the chicken hole. Because a flight potion would help me get back out there faster. I took all my extra golden lassos. Yeah, there's probably more than I should already put in here, because they might mob crush. Hmm. There it is. Open blocks. That trophy plus golden carrots gets you potion of night vision. Cow trophy plus iron sword gets you leather. And these are only one-time use, like sheep plus shears gets you wool. The chicken gets you a flask of flying that has 8 uses for 7 minutes apiece. And I keep forgetting that the most important one I need to keep is the one back home in case I die. Because I was carrying an additional flask on me that I should have left back here at the house. Extrude this. Yes. I'm going to make this into a couple rings. That makes a lot more than I was expecting. Okay, there's a bunch of rubber rings for the Essentia pipes. At least my wands, I can go work on magic because I left the magic wand in the magic world. Oh, I meant to take this downstairs. Before I went there. I actually was going to also check on the bees. Mm-hmm. Okay, do I need to check these? Oh, I can't because I lost my Beelizer. Never mind, that's on hold. I'm just going to crossbreed you with something else. I do need to make more elevators. I keep putting that off too. cooked cod. Yeah, free meal. What else was I doing? Oh, leave the sleeping bag actually, because Twilight Forest. No, I think that was mostly there. Pressure plate. Iron screw, stone slabs. Yeah, I'm just missing stone slabs, which I do have some. Okay, need to bring stone slabs back if I want to make buttons to then make pressure plates to make buttons to make levers to make a center pipe. Definitely starting to look at some longer crafting chains. I lost my goggles. And I at least have the robe. So I've got part of my discount. There's at least restrictive tube. I have enough to make one more. Valve. But I'm out of water. And my best water node is in the overworld. And I have to remember, I should turn on my map marker because I can't see it anymore. And it's somewhere over this way. There it is. It's hard to see a white speck on a white background. Yeah, it's not a bad one. Just remember, with alumina, you need the cry stuff from the Twilight Forest. You do have to excavate one of those veins. Do need more ordo still. That should have been, or did I tap just the water one? No, I tapped it. Or I tapped the water ordo one. Yeah, I need to go hit up the earth one. That's good. I just was bringing it because I barely mind any cryolite. It was needed for like my first couple pieces, and then I stopped using it after I got the electrolyzer. I forgot to go get my sleeping bag. At least it's not a blood moon. That was awful. To live on the platform for a night. Chromium screw. 4 bottles. Oh, those aren't tubes. Why isn't this working? Tube madness. I should be able to do the same Essentia sorter I did before. Just whether I have an additional idea or not. Essentia buffer, Essentia tube filtered. I think an early filter might. No. Which one's more important? Yeah, I mean, that's. This, I think this one costs so much more. Void jar would be nice. But I think I can make these pretty easily once I get crafting. Yeah. Extra buffer. Oh, and then I can do this. Does it come at the bottom? Oh, actually, this is the thing I need to check. What are the modes on the Essentia buffer? Okay, it has the red and blue modes. Good. No. It's buffer on the top, isn't it? Like I have too much mortise. I can now go... I can't see it because I don't have goggles. Or was it red on this side? It was red on that side. So now I split it down into Perdido and Life. Victus, yep. And now here's another thing. Yep. Right, these are both Perdido. Yep. This is a whole nother issue when you have multiple things with the same type. And there is a fix for that, but I need Arcane Bellows. Piston, tanned leather, air shards, great wood slab. Yep, of course they made it expensive. Because you do need these if you're building some sort of automated system for Thumbcraft Essentia. So I need to go tan more leather. Chembath. Okay, that's why I needed phosphoric acid. I need to get the triacid down. Phosphate dust, phosphorus pentoxide. The problem is I've got the trioxide. Calcium phosphate. Calcium phosphate. Phosphate needs to be electrolyzed into phosphorus. Then I can use it for phosphoric acid. Or whatever it is. Where was I? Phosphoric acid, yes. Which is just pentoxide plus water. Phosphorus plus oxygen. Okay. But this lets me, now that I've got this basic, I can now technically use interpearls to make a lot of metal thaumium metal fast. forget if I can do this. I think I can. All right, looks like we're about to go to break. I'm gonna probably mess around with this for a while. That's water and wish I had more buffers. Water and magic. If I could see into them, it would help too. Yeah, it's probably a bad idea to run these without the goggles. You changed it to have one, or to have 8 gens, 2 or 16 2 gas on one line, and then you're running that to basically 2 different battery buffers that are in parallel. One to your, yeah, so you have separated lines. Yeah, I think that's, if you're trying to go for like a less amount of loss, you can only really use one battery buffer per line. I do have a line changed through a line only because the very far line is the one I want to run the least. Which is backwards thinking. I don't know. It's At some point, I think it is just time to give up and just start producing as much power as you can. Okay, I did mess up here. I do really need my goggles. I might just make another pair. Well, I also need the arcane bellows. I have the research for it. I need to go do the tanned leather and get the piston. That's what I need. Because you need 1 or 2 bellows to overpower a jar. Because that's how Essentia works in Thaumcraft 4 and 5, at least. Because it looks like 4 works exactly like 5 does. So I don't have to be worried. I can basically do everything I've already done. It uses a pressure system. And, well, the better way to think of it is a vacuum system. And each tube can only draw one type of thing. So if you have, like, Percantio, nothing else will pass that pipe if it's got a Percantio in it. And if it doesn't have anywhere to put the Percantio, nothing flows. But the Percantio will flow towards anything that has suction for Percantio. So you deal with it like that. Filter pipes just filter for whatever you set them to. So like if you put an empty jar down under a filter and it's set to like Ventium. I feel like these ones haven't been producing that much. Yeah, like a filter for Ventium, it will turn the jar's draw into Ventium as it passes through. But it does still lose the one draw because that's how that works. Is the draw gets lessened and lessened the farther away from the jar you get. To the point, and then it turns out if you just make a loop of buffers that all pull from each other in one direction, you basically can make a sorting system. All right. Have storage. Should just get a giant chest and set up a bunch of metal storage. I mean, actually, that's what I was trying to do. Okay, I'm going back to that. There we go. After I cut this one down, I should be able to use my excess diamond to make a second craft of diamond spikes also. I almost got lost on where I was working on stuff because I focused on magic for a little bit. You know what I miss about being young? A good healthy sugar rush. Feeling like you had the energy to do anything you wanted. Because right now in my 30s, I'm like, the day is feels so long still. It feels like I have so much time, but just God, I'm tired. Let's see, what was I doing? Oh, there's some actual more. I don't have any storage bags. Okay, if I let's see. Oh, I have 10. I have a decent amount of tanned leather. I do need great wood slabs. Oh yeah, I didn't know I had this much tanned leather already. Great wood slabs, I believe. I think I have some rat-hole great wood over here. Yeah. But I gotta wait for that diamond block to finish. So I'm gonna use the diamond compartment, and I'm gonna set every page to a different metal, is basically what my idea is. So you have one really big, because every page is 50, yeah, 50 slots. So that's 50, up to 50 of that metal. 50 stacks. Minus one for each stack because of how I'm setting it up. I'm using the one placeholder method. And the logistics pipe system will respect that. I need more steam. Oh, I don't have gloves. It doesn't even matter if I'm holding it or not. Because it's always going to burn me. Yeah, because I might need these for something else. Pregnated frames, woven cloth. Oh, you can also do them with the assembler. Same difference. Healing frames. Mutation rate halved. Lifespan a half again. Production negative 0.25. Flowering and decay. So for less output, less mutation, you get longer lifespan. houses. These ones you have to just hard craft. Wooden casings. Oh, molten iron. Of course, they had to make it weird. Where did I put the rest of the cobalt dust? I had over a stack. I don't remember. I am completely lost on what I did there. Yeah, it's gonna take forever. I have some circuits. If I set this to 4. There we go. Didn't leave any chests. Fine, I got so much wood, I can just make more. Diamond chests. And then I'll need a gearworks. A transformer that goes from MV to LV, and then it will always step down. You need to hit it with a soft mallet to step it up. And it will always have more faces of the it will have one face of the higher voltage and 5 faces of the lower voltage. And they come in different versions of amperage. Yeah, I'm just going to let that run that. But every time you pick it up and put it back down, it will default back to its original amperage. So you do have to hit it with the soft mallet every time you move it. Or pick it up. If you just twist it around, it doesn't change. And that's what I do, is I put it between multiple, because that's all what I've been doing here is like this transformer is feeding these machines, but every time I want to change which machine's getting power, I have to hit it with the wrench. Okay. Oh, I'm going to need the creosote oil. This is the one that's supposed to be in slot 9. This is supposed to be in that slot. Okay, now it's all... No, I forgot to set that. Okay, now it's all prepared. It just needs the creosote oil. Of course, I don't have a seared tank on me. I was trying to get a bucket and a seared tank. Because that's 5 buckets. Of course, this didn't connect, and I don't have my wire cutters. Let's see, what is it? It's 3 plates and 2 things in a screw. I have an aluminum screw over here somewhere. Yep. Now, do I have the extra parts? Oh, I need a file. Right? That's what's missing? Yeah, file. And I must use mine up. I guess you can't make emerald foils in this one. Maybe cobalt brass. Unless I'm wrong. I believe it's 2. Of course, I don't have any sticks here. Right there. There we go. There's the file, and with the file, I can make the wire cutters. There we go. There's another diamond compartment. And down here, don't have any of my other pipes. Alright, well, at least got that done. Great wood slab should be done. What was it? MV pistons. Or LV pistons. I want to make at least 2. I've got the leather for it. How much do I need? decent amount of random steel, 5 tin wire, 8 copper wire. All gear. Six plate. And leather slabs, then just the air shards and crafting. Yep. Already taking damage to my robes. I ran 6. Ah, I did forget steel rod, and I needed to magnetize the iron rod. Did you push 16 amps through it? Oh yeah, I forgot I was working on another project at one point. Yeah, you might have had a similar issue to when I accidentally destroyed a bunch of my tin wire. Oh, you connected it. You connected it to the 1 amp. Did and this was after you hit it with the hammer, right? You accidentally hooked up the high power side to low voltage. So you were running 1 amp medium voltage through low voltage, which doesn't matter the size. Yeah. Yep, you got to match amperages. I believe the the one that the one that's always by itself. So I believe, yeah, it's the orange circle is always the high power. That's always the high power side. It's not input and output, it's high power. And if you hit it with a mallet, it's now high power out. Where was it? There we go. Collect all my stuff. You if you had any of the other faces powered with LV and you accidentally hooked LV wires to the HV output or MV output, it probably tried to push MV power. Like if there was any power it could push out, it pushed out, is what I'm thinking happened. There we go. There's the two of those. Get magic bellows. You hadn't hooked any other. I mean, it might have just pushed a check packet and then burnt everything. Like, I'm not even sure they have to be powered to destroy your wires. I mean, that's the big thing is you need to check all your. Oh, this is where I put my cobalt dust. The big thing is you need to check all your outputs before you hit it with a soft mallet. Is what I think happened. I could be wrong, but yeah, the only reason wires burn is because either you're pushing too much amperage of the same type, or you're pushing amperage of a higher type. And as far as I remember, it only takes 1 amp of a higher type to destroy any lower type cable. Which means if you're pushing even 1 EU volt at 1 amp in MV, it can cause issues. I think that's all I needed. Like, wires and machines are temperamental. That's why this is a hard pack. And why you're supposed to be careful with them. Alright, now I should be able to mess around with stuff. Actually, I might be able to use that there. I need a few Essentia tubes, and I'll use this as a test. Yeah, they're fighting. Okay. This is where I need more power. I was too far back. Of course. It says it's breakable. Damn it. So there. That now this overpowers. It draws it here. Then if I put this on this side, it should fill it. Yep. So now I can use this to combine jars. As well as break stuff down. So now I don't even need to see the Essentia types in the pipes. If I make a mistake, I can just put them together. And whatever. Shards back. Dito, like this. Dito. Damn. Yep, so that should be the only aqua. For Dito. There's another one there. There we go. That should be all this. There we go. Now I can melt some stuff down without issue again. I should just make, like I said, another pair of goggles, but eh. Yeah, you should always place the one closest first. Thaumium! Without having to worry about losing any. Da-da-da. I mean, as long as I'm getting an empty message, that's the best thing. Alright, ingot, blaze rods, soup. Double checking what I've picked up, see if there's anything cool I've missed. Huge amount of steel leaf. What is Chronos? I should be able to look it up in the book easier. Or Tempest. Oh, it's only vacuous ordo. Not even magical. Furnace isn't bad to break down because of Ignis and Percantio. Orum's decent, but it's hard to find. And you usually need it for other stuff. Alienus. Oh, Alienus, I guess it doesn't break down um, into Percantio. I mean, there's ways to farm Aurum, and I probably can farm Infernus if I really want to. Percontio is actually kind of hard to get in this pack if you don't get it directly. Oh, something got blocked up. Oh, that's Voltaire. Is that Arma? Or Armor? Can't tell because I can't see it. That looks more like more Voltaeus. There we go. There's a big amount of it. Is it trying to output into the front face? Oh, it's census. Yeah. Tell them. That's alienness. This. Yeah, this version of GregTech does not like having stuff trying to put into the same face that the machine's cosmetic face is on. And you can move it if you shift wrench. Like if you normal wrench, it will move the output. If you shift wrench, it will move the face. Oh, some Victus got trapped in there. Of course, it starts raining. Oh, Tellum and Victus are different. Oh, there's Tellum. Full jar poison right here. hope in this version full jars stack. I haven't got to that point yet. Okay. I was doing a sanity check to make sure it was clean. Oh, this is still one away from being full. Vito, tell him. This is Perdito. Okay, it was clean. It's just a normal, or a full jar on its own. So now, I like the versions where you can actually stack them. But that's fine, you can still use ways. Mm-hmm. Use that as a really bad storage. Maybe I'll look at poking at some steel leaf stuff. Alright, looks like we're going to go to add here. I'm going to just poke around with bees and then probably break. Or break and then poke around with some bees. We'll see. and steel leaf as is. Can actually use steel leaf. Level 3, is that? Yep, that's the same as steel. There's a way to make steel leaf. Maybe it's GregTech steel leaf. I think there's a plant that produces steel leaf. I just can't remember what it is. I need to look at the IC2 crop page. Because the IC2 crop list has, if you can plant it, it has a special section for what plants. Or it not for what plants, but it has a row. I think it's called seeds. And it's for ones you can plant that aren't. You can plant as IC2 crops on IC2 crop sticks, but not using the IC2 crop seed. Like netherwort is netherwort. And then I go Control F, still. You leave dust. Nope, it has to be crossbred. It's not called steel leaf, it's called... Oh, no, it's steel leaf franks. The Twilight Forest crop. Or maybe it can only be planted from steel leaf. Maybe I'm reading that backwards. Of course, it's super rainy. No, it's a drone. I don't care about the drone. Yeah, so if I macerate it, I can get the 3 back from that. Only question is, how hard is it to make the armor? I might need to extrude it into armor. Or it might be plate. It's plate. What I need to do is turn this back into ingots and then into plate. Yeah, that's why you gotta be careful. I can't stress enough. Burning up cable happens. And you just gotta do your best not to do it. I mean, even in my last series, where I kind of knew how to start, I still was messing stuff up and blew up at least, I want to say, like 5 machines. The good thing was, so machines are really bad. You need to be careful when you get in the up to like HV and you've got 3 levels of machines you're juggling. Always make sure you know which machine you're holding before you put it down. Especially if you don't have any sort of blast protection going. Oh, if you actually make them, you get added bonus. So I should actually redo that. Steel leaf reprocessing. Oh, I took the thing out. I thought it was done. The way to think about it is you're always going to lose resources. You're always going to need more resources, so you need to just keep producing what you're using. And I've totally thought about, and I've been slowly working towards myself just being able to make unlimited redstone alloy cable. I don't know, does this give me anything? I think I'm just grinding that down. Yeah. It just sucks because you weren't really up to the it took you a lot of investment to get to that point where if I lost a decent amount of cable, I have a bunch of cables sitting in excess, a bunch of metal sitting in excess. It just kind of something. Stupid steely farmer. Now if only I could fly, I could easily probably get my stuff back. I need to borrow the lasso. Thing that sucks is this sword doesn't have any looting, so I'm on normal odds. I need like a butcher villager that buys meat at this point. Yeah, they will mostly congregate over there until they become adults. Besides all this, was I really doing anything else? I don't think so. Um, gotta think for a sec. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't think I have anything else to really look at until the chickens mature again. How much fencing do I have? Or actually, there, they're moated in. I can't do anything. I need to stop taking all the tools around everywhere with me. Potassium feldspar. I need some empty containers for chlorine. And of course it's pointed the wrong way. Make sure I've got plastic going. Carbon. Yeah, I need a wrench. I'm gonna build another wrench. How close was I to being able to make a steel leaf wrench? 2. Can you make it into a wrench? No, you can make it into a file. And a hammer. Never mind. Okay, cobalt's level 3. I can just build a cobalt wrench. Sodalite. Oh, sodium and sodalite. Actually, this gets broken down again. Quartzite becomes glass. Metal mixture I can't deal with till EV. Biotite. Sodium aluminate. MV electrolyzer. 11 oxygen, 4 fluorine, raw silicon, potassium, magnesium, alumina. That requires 44. Then I think I was running the marble dust again. Right, if I wanted the magnesium and calcite. Stone, fertilizer. Again, that's not the wrong type of fertilizer. Calcium, carbon, oxygen. Quicklime, platinum. Oh, limonite processing into 2x. Lime, acetic acid, calcium acetate. Bauxite slurry. It's needed as a Yeah, it's like a processing agent. Yeah, and then you can just undo it. Yeah, it's not worth much. Alright, you process that if you want the calcite and whatever else out of it. Potassium, rock salt, carbonate. Oh, forgot nitric acid makes saltpeter. Nitrogen dioxide, oxygen, water. Nitrogen dioxide. Maybe I should make up a nitric acid generator. Oh, almost forgot the metal mixture. Yeah, so quartzite's just cheapened glass. You can also process it into silicon. Big one I'm into is liquid extraction, fluid extraction. Makes half a block of half a block of glass. Mm. Animus cloud. Detector animal. I didn't know you could just have a fishing golem. Mm. So they are a little tricky. just at a loss for what to do right this second. Besides just waste time. Which is not what I should be doing. I'm gonna waste time, then that's not worth streaming. I'm trying to use all my resources at all the resources at my disposal. I'm just having trouble keeping track of my direction. It's like maybe make up a bunch more circuits. Oh, I need to see about the. I know what I should do after this. Look at making the other diamond spikes. I had something and I lost it. Did I actually vocalize what I was going to do? Because hell if I remember. I was working on circuits, then something else struck me in the head that I needed to work on, and then I went and got the diode and completely lost it. Oh, diamond spike. Wow. Okay. Now I got 4 diamond spikes. Of course, I didn't grab any lighting. we go. Nooks. That's what I was wanting. There we go. Yeah, Spectre Glass will help. I'm going to make sure this is in the chunk loaded area. I'm going to dig this out under the ruby area because I don't want to hear this. I'm not sure. They do kind of weirdly bounce around, and they can pull up to 16 amps. So remember that if you've got 8 batteries and a battery buffer, they'll pull up to 16 amps. Like battery buffers can pull double what they have in batteries. If you have 16 batteries in it, it can pull up to 32 amps. Excuse me. Wonder how close I am to the bottom. Oh, you can see the all the way out here is the bottom layer of the dungeon. Alright, I need to step away for just a sec. And I'll be back. There we go. I have to go deal with this. This is why I need more elevators. What was the cost of elevators? Aluminum box frame, steel, small gear. That's pretty easy. So what, that's 5 steel, 2 aluminum, and a piece of, sorry, a piece of Enderpearl plate. All right. Like what's my next step? It's the Enderpearl plate. Oh, damn it. I wanted to assemble it, not. Only 2 more steel. Alright, well, there's 2 more elevators. I should make a ton more of them. For anything that uses RF. No, you can't use it for anything that uses EU. I mean, you can use it as a buffer on your logistics pipe system when you get to it, or on a farm. I mean, the good news is it doesn't lose power. Like there is no power loss with, as far as I remember, with Ender IO. But yeah, the capacitor bank's only good for stuff that takes RF. Okay, that's bedrock. Guessing that's a range. Okay, you're going benzene. I guess it's the range. That was pretty close to chunk center. Or no, I guess no, my stairwell is chunk center, isn't it? Thought it was. Yeah, it's right there. Time for ads. Okay, just trying to dig this back out. Never mind, I had another coughing fit. Um, so in the background, real quick, looking through the config files. And this is where you'll find every mod's configurable files. And I want to know, because I don't like the default, what is the default for elevator blocks? Mm-hmm. I don't like that it's not in like alphabetical order by block or function. .20. If I'm reading that correct, it has a distance of 20. Yeah, good. I put it outside the block. So let's see if this is technically 1 or 0. Yeah, 1. Where was I digging? So right here. Oh, I'm just like 5 blocks short. But this one works. So I'd have to place another one in line. Still a few blocks too high. Okay, I'm just screwing around, really. But it's too short of the next one. That stinks. I was almost there. Alright, with that, I also need a vacuum hopper. Oh. Am I going to be lucky enough to get my stuff back? But that's not actually... It just pushes them. It doesn't actually make... That's so weird. It's not actually hurting them. It's just making them jump. I could build a chicken killing farm. It's just annoying to get all the redstone working correctly. Well, that kind of worked for a mass chicken farm. That's a weird thing to add to your mod. Oh, yeah, I was looking at making a vacuum hopper. Need 4 obsidian plate, 1 ender plate. Yeah, I probably need another tank. Or no, I can just use this one. I'll just repurpose this all downstairs. I do want to check something. Okay, so regular wax capsules, no. Oh, these ones don't burn. Interesting. Yeah, it either doesn't burn you or it takes so long to burn you it doesn't really do anything. Good to know for magic wax. Wonder if anything can. Trying to see if I could store, or how cost effective it is to store liquids as an item. If I can do it with wax, it's technically like free. I just gotta produce it. Or I technically have infinite of it. It just takes time. Yeah, so I'll need all this stuff. All I needed was one trophy, and then I could have probably got all my stuff back. Alright, I should make another elevator and see if I can get all the elevators connected, finally. Do it without messing it up this time. That doesn't even bring it close enough. Is this close enough? For now, how they're spaced. Or no, I don't have it opened. Damn it. Yeah, that's the... I don't have a dugout. That's this way. There it is. Yeah, it does work. But this one technically is just a holder. I might bump it up to like 35. That's not even double. But it would make a huge difference. Actually, even 30 would make a difference. I just like having more vertical play on that. Need to make sure to stay within the chunk boundary. I had my hammer. But I'll make do with what I got. My plan is kind of an overhead compartment that then drops them down into the spikes and collection area. And then the other thing is just punching a logistics pipe all the way down here. How much overhead do I want? Not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure where I'm setting stuff up just yet. I'm just kind of throwing stuff for just a sec. There we go. Not the best, but it's an idea. I don't have my dolly. Even moved that tank yet. Fine, I gotta design it all anyway. Just clear glass. Yeah, I'm guessing it doesn't. Yeah. Clear glass does not. Really? Don't even get to be able to pick that stuff back up, or maybe I was supposed to use a wrench. This is why I use wrenches. That works. Where did I put that? Spectre glass I had. Okay, Spectre glass does allow redstone dust to be put on it. There it is. Release some of it. Get the block mold. Okay, let's produce a bunch more. Glass. It didn't connect. Because something always has to be difficult like this. There we go. Only quartzite at season range currently. What about random stuff in here? Nope, that's it. Here's all my quartzite. That is glass production. Yeah, it completely used up all the sand over here. Having to switch foods a lot without the lunchbox is annoying. Hmm. Probably gonna need to make some clear glass too. Now I can't go down to the bottom. I did this. Hmm. Trying to think about how to explain batch mode is the problem. It's basically just overclocking that can do more than one recipe, one copy of the recipe at a time. It's paralyzing or paralleling. I think it has something to do with like how much extra power you can push. So if like steel in an HVEBF, you can run a lot more because there's more power to use. There's still, I think, a drawback, but it uses more power in less time based on how much power it can pull. But I think it will fault out your machine is the issue if you're not careful. But I'm not 100% sure on exactly how it works. This is why I test stuff for myself, because sometimes I don't know. Now it works just fine. What the hell? I forgot to fix the pickaxe. Can I even go up this way now? think I left the chisel here, right? I don't get why it just stops working. Maybe it's the side? No, I don't know what it is. Hmm. Hmm. Still trying to work my brain around all this and what I can do right currently. I think Liquid XP is just kind of a hard to put down liquid. Or hard to pick up liquid, I should say. That does not do what I wanted to do. I thought it let items through too, but I guess not. I'm just kind of at a loss here. Probably because I have these that they're at a close to limit. Okay, that's somehow working again. Yeah, I think I can make that work. Hmm. Alright, let's try for another trophy. And it's the same difference whether I hit them with the sword or not. As long as I'm the one doing the hitting. I guess ectoplasm. But, yeah. All right, break. All right, see how much farther I can go here. Kind of want to set a trap design so I can get a stop in here so I can I'll do the same on the other side. So I can then stop stuff from hitting the down here so I can get on down here and change them out. Or upgrade them. Because there is a chance of getting better spike or upgrading these spikes to have better enchantments. I made it into itself. Yeah, I have to get parts for that. But basically this should work pretty well as long as everything falls down here. This was 1-to-1, right? I'm not allowed to do this. Okay, that works. Nope, those are the ones I need. Yeah, if I get both sides to close, then that means things are stuck in there. Or won't keep falling on the spikes. And then on top of this, I'll build whatever my spawning designs are. I realize that it's probably going to be off to one side. I'm probably not going to cover over the elevator because I also got to move logistics pipes. Okay. I think I'm just going to play around with this a little more, and that might be it for today. Might stream tomorrow, but if I do, I might have to call it early. Yeah, that doesn't work there. Get some more red alloy wire. There we go. Let's see. I'm just gonna try something dumb just to do it. Keep doing that. Okay. Oh, I could hop up on that. Sweet. Are they standing there or are they falling through? Damn it. Oh. What? They're falling through. Okay, those needed to be full blocks. I need to switch these out for like full blocks and sticky pistons. I do have another tank there. I always lose that. Because I always think there's another tank laying around and then I can never find it. don't get why in this version it doesn't let you put them on the pistons. Used to be like the thing. Now I need those other ones. There we go. That should make a better seal. There we go. See how much they crowd. Do, 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 do. Oh, that's always fun, hearing wisps. I think I'm going to call it here. Yeah, if I stream tomorrow, it's going to be probably earlier and maybe about the same time as this. We'll see. But thank you everyone who came and watched live. Thank you if you're watching the VODs, and I will see you next time.